Sa, sa, sa. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova. Prova, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova, prova 1, 2, 3. Prova. Prova. Troppo. Allora, prova 1, 2, 3. No, ok, basta. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova, prova. Pa, pa. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova, prova 1, 2, 3. Prova. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova. Prova, prova, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova. Pa. Prova, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova, 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 prova. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova, prova, 1, 2, 3, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3. Pa, pa. Pa, prova. Prova, 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 prova. Pa, pa, prova, prova. Prova. Prova, prova. Prova, prova. Prova, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova, prova microfono, prova 1, 2, 3, prova. Allora, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, prova. Prova, prova, prova. Prova, prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3. Sa, prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3. Sa, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova, prova, prova 1, 2, 3. Test, prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, prova, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, prova, prova, sa, prova, prova 1, 2, 3, prova, prova, prova. Sa, prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, prova, 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 prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3. Allora, ok, questo qui. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, prova, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3, sa. Prova, prova microfono, prova 1, 2, 3, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, prova, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3, sa. Prova, prova microfono, prova 1, 2, 3. Microfono 1, prova. Microfono 2, prova. Sa, 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 sa. Sa, 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 sa. Prova, prova. Allora, vediamo un po'. Sa, sa. Prova, prova. Sa, prova, prova. Sa. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova, prova, prova. Sa, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova. Sa, prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, prova, sa, prova microfono, prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, prova, prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3. Prova, prova, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova. Prova, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3. Sì.
UIA, we don't just consider each lawyer a fellow colleague. We're friends.
Ok. Allora, buongiorno, ben arrivati. Oggi credo siamo un po' eroici, visto il tempo e anche la stagione, insomma, prenatalizia. Io sono venuto solo per salutarvi e darvi il benvenuto, e guardando su do il benvenuto ai nostri amici a Torino, buongiorno, Verona, Roma e Milano, che ci seguite dallo streaming, in diretta streaming. Questa settimana, mercoledì, c'è stato un convegno nazionale a Roma con tutte le associazioni specialistiche e naturalmente eravamo presenti come UIA. Le associazioni specialistiche in Italia sono 17, ho scoperto andando al CNF, e il nostro presidente onorario Corrado De Martini è stato lui che ha presentato la prospettiva UIA sul futuro dell'avvocatura, l'avvocato che tutela i diritti in un ambito, in una prospettiva europea ed internazionale. Quindi è stato molto bello come conferenza e per la presenza della nostra associazione. Allora, io in realtà vi devo solo fare i saluti, gli auguri, vi ringrazio per essere qui. Mi raccomando a gennaio di venire tutti, perché c'è una sessione veramente stellare. Ho chiuso da un paio di settimane il programma, ho la conferma di Burkhard Pilz. Burkhard Pilz è un professore di Amburgo, è forse uno dei top 2-3 massimi esperti di vendita internazionale al mondo. Insieme a lui un'altra stella che è Jean-Paul Veuillety, che è professore e avvocato. Sono tutti professori e avvocati di Ginevra, Veuillety. Quindi il corso si svolgerà, la sessione si svolgerà in inglese, quindi io ringrazio in particolare Louise e Giulia, perché la prossima volta è tutto in inglese la nostra sessione di gennaio, quindi insomma è un buon allenamento per tutti quanti la vostra lezione di oggi. E niente, quindi io devo solo darvi il microfono e ci vediamo noi. Io scomparirò perché ho la fortuna di essere di madrelingua inglese, per cui sono stato esentato da Louise in particolare da seguire questo corso. Grazie.
Good morning, everybody, again. The language now changes, and from this moment on, we're speaking English only. Any questions can be asked in English, and we will try to explain in English rather than translating like the last time. Today we're looking at contract law and employment law, and you'll also find towards the end of your booklet we have, as a break, this is a very long session, 8 hours in English. I think your brains will be exploding by the end. So we also have some slightly less legal-based, but always useful English exercises to do towards the end of the booklet. Okay? So you may now open your lovely booklets to the first page where we're talking about the language of contract law. Okay? Like last time, there shouldn't actually be any particularly complicated vocabulary in here, all being lawyers already and all speaking a certain level of English already, but I'm sure there will be some things to clear up and some doubts that you will have that we hope we can help with. Okay. Let's start. Introduce yourself again.
Thank you. Okay. Right. Good morning. You know me. I mean, Julia. Okay. I am going to start by reading out the first page. So we're on page 2 where it says a contract case. So Diana Williams is the lawyer here, and she's just received a new client and she's made notes. So I'm going to read through. As I read through, can you just have a look at the headings which are missing? General information, what I need to do, client details, and facts of the case. As I read, put the heading in for each paragraph. So, new client notes, name Charlotte Hettison, Chatsworth School of English, telephone number, etc., and appointment. Charlotte Hewtison has a language school in Chatsworth. Her school teaches English to foreign students. On the last Thursday of every month, Charlotte takes her students for a day in London. They visit attractions like Madame Tussauds and Buckingham Palace, and they eat lunch in Hyde Park. Charlotte uses a local bus company to take her students to London. The name of the bus company is Chatsworth City Travel. Charlotte first used this bus company 6 years ago. She trusts them and has a good working relationship with them. However, Charlotte never signs a contract with them. She always books the bus by phone. On the 2nd of June, Charlotte telephoned the bus company to book the bus as usual for the last Thursday of the month. Unfortunately, it was lunchtime and no one was in the office. Charlotte left a message on the answering machine to make her usual booking. The bus company secretary called Charlotte back, but Charlotte was teaching her class. The secretary left a message for Charlotte. The message was, "We are very sorry, Charlotte, but we can't give you a bus on the last Thursday of this month. We will send one on Friday instead. Call us back immediately if this is not okay. If you don't call us, our driver will be there on Friday." Charlotte needed a bus for Thursday, not Friday, so she used another bus company. She forgot to call Chatsworth City Travel to say that Friday was no good. The bus arrived on Friday morning. Now Chatsworth City Travel wants the cost of hiring the bus. This is £360. I need to advise Charlotte about paying City Travel the £360 they are demanding from her. My advice depends on Charlotte's situation with City Travel. If she has a contract with them, she is obliged to pay. If there is no contract with them, then there is no obligation to pay. So you are going to put the headings in at the top where it says general information, what I need to do, client details, and facts of the case. They go in A, B, C, and D.
Okay, that should be relatively simple. Have you put in the 4 headings? Yeah, so heading A is very clear, no? The client details, correct, yeah. B, the general information. C, the facts of the case. And D, what I need to do. If you turn your pages, you have a true or false exercise to do. But could you do, as we did last time, could you possibly underline in the text where you find the answer? Okay, so are the phrases true or false? Be careful, sometimes there's a very, very small detail which changes everything. So read carefully.
Yeah, so one of our colleagues here just asked, are we going to have a test? Yes. Now, we're going to give you a very, very basic level, well, kind of grammar and vocabulary test, but it won't be until April. Okay, so during the session in April, perhaps 20 minutes of the first part of the lesson will be just a very quick test, okay? Yeah. If you've finished, just compare with a partner where you found the information about the true and false, okay? Okay, let's check the answers then to exercise 2. So, Charlotte takes her students to London every Thursday, true or false? It's false. Good. She takes her students on the last Thursday of every month. Charlotte's students are not English. Good, yeah, because it says she teaches foreign students. She teaches English to foreign students. Charlotte signed a contract with the bus company 6 years ago. Good, because the last line is of the first paragraph, never signs a contract with them. She always books the bus by phone. She agreed to use City Travel Bus on Friday instead of Thursday. Yes, good. She needed the bus. Sorry? Oh, false. Sorry, right, sorry, false. Sorry, yes, the answer is false, sorry. And the last one, the cost of hiring the City Travel Bus is £360. Yes, it is true. Excellent. Good, good, good. Now, here comes into discussion the difference between Italian law and English and American law. Remember, this is all based on English and American law, this lesson, okay? So, you are going to discuss between you, and then we'll have a class discussion and a city discussion. If Charlotte has made a contract with Chatsworth City Travel, so the answer is either yes, no, or maybe. I want you to discuss in pairs or groups of 3, depending on how many you are, and say, if she has, how? If she hasn't, why hasn't she? And is it maybe? What is the difference between the two? Okay, so you're going to discuss and say if she has actually got a contract with them. Okay? Okay. So, first of all, what do we think? Has she made a contract? Yes, no, or maybe?
Sorry.
It depends on what you want to consider, because we were talking about that there must be a contract about the previous 6 years, and last Tuesday traveling that Chatsworth City Travel has made come si può dire? Did to so okay, did for Charlotte, but we can not probably say that a contract has been closed because about the new day and the Friday, because the offer and the counter offer didn't never match each other.
Okay. Nobody else want to speak about what you discussed? Thank you. Sorry about the microphone.
Well, in fact, the answer, according to English law, and I remember we're looking at English law and American law, not Italian law, the answer is no. She didn't have a contract with them. As we said, this lesson is all about contract law. I'm not going to tell you why now, because as we go on with the lesson, you will discover why she didn't have a contract. But for now, I'm going to tell you the answer is no. However, I now want to ask you, and this is also an open question for our lovely colleagues in the other cities, in Italian law, would she have had a contract with them or not? Right.
No, they all said no. Why not? You have to speak in the microphone for the other cities.
No, for Italian law, it is even more sure, let's say, because the offer was never accepted, so it is clear that there is no contract. Perhaps for English law, could be more discussed, because I know that in England you also accept kind of a tacit, silent acceptance in certain circumstances. But in this case, in my opinion, there is no agreement, because there is a total different offer from what the parties were used to in past, and no, there is no agreement, in my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Do you agree? Okay, the colleague is discussing the question itself. Sorry?
So
Whether he's made a 6-year contract, he's asking, yeah. It says quite clear she hasn't.
no, if you read again carefully the text, it will tell you that she says Charlotte never signs a contract with Chatsworth City Travel. Maybe she used them, but that still doesn't mean that she has a... Okay, so in Italian you don't... So the colleague is just saying that in Italian you don't have to write the fact that she...
You don't transfer a house here. Maybe 6 years, you used to do so. Maybe you can go on in this way, and there is a contract. It's not a written contract, but it's a contract.
In English law, it's... No,
In my opinion, she made a single contract for every month, every time she called and asked for a bus for every time she needed this bus. So I do not think that there was a contract for the whole period of 6 months, 6 years. but every single time there was a contract with a payment, and in this case there was not a contract because of a differential offer.
They call to ask something. So you see that there is a relationship. I don't call you if you every time come to me and buy something. I don't call you. Here they call her asking if she agreed to change. So I think that this is supposed to be in a relationship.
No, for sure there was a relationship, but let's say that there was a new, in my opinion, there was a new offer different from the ones that were usual in the last 6 years. So somehow, as this offer was never accepted, in my opinion, there was not an agreement.
Yeah, my viewpoint is that was actually a new offer, so I agree with them. The only thing that bothers me, I mean, that makes me being doubtful is that they formulated this offer in somewhat of a negative way. They asked for her. Where was it?
The end of the third paragraph.
Call us back immediately if this is not okay. So this is negative formulation. She didn't call back, so there might be somewhat of a confirmation. That's the doubts I have, because that's right. She didn't actually confirm, but it's like the opposite, right? It's formulated the opposite way. So I have doubts.
In my opinion, every time she called the bus society is a new contract. Once a month is a new contract for this Thursday. Another, yes, it's not a contract in my opinion for the Italian law, because every time is a new contract.
Okay, that always brings up a lot of discussion when we do this one. So, okay, that's quite interesting to find out. Okay, exercise 3. I think some of you here in Florence have already done exercise 3. In the other cities, and I'll explain also what you have to do, look at the words A to F and find the definition. Okay? So, no, we'll just give you a couple of minutes to do that and then we'll check together. Okay?
Are you ready to check the vocabulary? Yeah? Okay. So they give you the first answer. The offer is the proposal, the terms of which are certain. Acceptance means... Number 5, correct. An unconditional agreement to what is proposed by the other party. The offerer is the person who makes an offer. Number 1. Precedent means... Correct. So number 2, a decision of a judge in an earlier case that other judges must follow if the circumstances of the situation are the same or similar. Case. Number 6, a set of arguments in a situation that might become legal. Contract means a legal agreement made between 2 or more parties, obviously quite important to understand that word today, and obliged in this case. Number 3, that you must do something, it is necessary to do it. Okay. Okay, if you look on page 4, okay, we have Diana's opinion about the whole situation. Could you put in the words that we have just seen the meaning of? Could you put them in the text in the spaces A to G, please? Okay, again, it shouldn't take very long. Okay, I see from the faces here in Florence that the exercise has been done. usually in this type of lesson we would ask students to read out a lot of these articles, but because of the situation with the microphone, etc., you'll be hearing an awful lot of our voices today. You'll have the perfect pronunciation, of course. Okay. So, Diana's opinion. Does Charlotte have a contract with Chatsworth City Travel? In some legal systems around the world, the answer is yes, and in some, it is no. Many lawyers will say it's difficult to reach a definite conclusion. According to English law, Charlotte probably does not have a contract with the bus company. Because she has no contract with the bus company, she is not obliged to pay the £360. What are my grounds for concluding that Charlotte has probably not made a contract with City Travel? Because there is a precedent in English law that says acceptance of an offer cannot be made by silence. Okay, acceptance must be actively communicated to the offerer. In this case, Charlotte did not accept the bus company's offer. Therefore, there is no contract.
So do we all agree with this? Yeah? Okay. Any queries? Any queries from the other cities about this? No? Brilliant. Okay.
Read it. Yeah. Okay. Follow my reading again then, please. We're going to read more about precedent. Okay, precedent comes from what is called the common law. The common law is one of the main sources of law in England and in the USA. The common law developed after the year 1066, when the whole of England developed the same body of laws instead of each area having its own local laws. That is why it's called common. The common law covers both criminal and civil court decisions. As judges' decisions were written down, often described as recorded, in law reports that were common to the whole country, the idea of precedent developed. This means that when a judge decides the result of a particular case, he or she must pay attention to the principles of law that come from an earlier case dealing with the same or similar points. In this way, a statement of law can become binding upon later judges and can become the law for everyone to follow. When does a particular decision or pronouncement by a judge become binding upon later judges? There are two important deciding factors. Number one, judges in courts at the lowest level of decision-making, often called the courts of first instance, do not normally create binding precedents. It is the higher courts that issue binding rulings, and the lower courts must follow them. Two, the pronouncement must form what is called the ratio decidendi. Bit of Latin for you. I don't know how you probably pronounce it correctly. This is Latin for the reasoning behind the decision. Where's the rest of the article, please? Okay. This is the part of the judge's words that provides the legal reasoning for his or her decision. Everything else the judge says is called obiter dictum. Obiter dictum is something that is not really necessary for the legal basis for the decision. Only the ratio decidendi is binding. A later judge dealing with a similar case must decide which precedents are binding. He or she may decide that a precedent suggested by a lawyer is either relevant to the case before him or her, or distinguishable from the present case, which means that the case is so different that the precedent does not apply in this particular situation. Many countries use a codified system. However, many people believe that the common law is more practical than a codified system because it was developed from real-life situations that were presented to the courts. You have another true or false to do. Okay, obviously a little more complicated than the previous one. The same as before, please underline where you find the answer. Okay. Has everybody finished? Yeah. Okay. So is it true or false that common law and civil law mean exactly the same thing? It's false, yeah, okay. The common law covers both criminal and civil court decisions. Recorded can mean written as well as recorded on disc. True, yeah. As judges' decisions were written down, often described as recorded. Obviously in the past, recording was writing, so it's true. Mm-hmm. The start of the second paragraph. No. Didn't talk, that's because the modern use of the word is recorded on disc.
But you are so perfect, so particular, and so I answer false.
You are wrong.
I'm positive.
Yeah, that's because the modern language of record is obviously recording an audio message, recording on a disc, recording on a CD, on a cassette. Modern. Cassettes are not modern, I know. Okay. But yeah, obviously in older English, recorded meant written down. Okay, all judges can make new precedents is false, correct. Everything a judge says forms part of the precedent. False. And sometimes a judge will say that a precedent suggested by a lawyer is not relevant. Is true. Okay, good. So just to finish this little part, before Julia attacks you with some more letter writing, she loves it. Using the words in bold at the top of the previous article, can you complete the little phrases in exercise 2? Okay, it should be relatively straightforward, having just seen the words. So in England and the USA, much of the law is based on the decisions made by judges. This source of law is called the common law. Okay. A judge's decision that forms the law for future cases is known as a precedent. The important part of a judge's pronouncement when he or she gives a decision in a precedent case is not the obiter dictum, but the... Said with the Italian accent, not the British. Okay. Ratio, ratio, discedenti. Once a precedent is established, it forms part of the law and is binding upon lower courts. And the lower courts in the English system are called the courts of first instance. Okay. I'll pass you over to Julia.
Okay, now, the last time we saw you was quite a few months ago, so I'm probably sure that you put away your little files and didn't even look at them over the last few months. So, we are going to do one of the exercises, or an exercise, which is, let's say, part of modern letter writing. And you know, as we said before, Louise is the grammar queen. I'm the one about modern letter writing. So what I'd like you to do is look at page 6. You have a letter which is all in the wrong order. I would like you to put the letter in the correct order, but I would also like you to write exactly which part of the letter it is. So, recipient's details, senders, letterhead, date, subject line, etc. If you have your the previous lesson with you, don't look at it. Okay? It's a bit of a verifica a sorpresa. It's not. So put the letter in the correct order. Next to each part, I want you to say which part of the letter it is. Okay? Okay, are we ready to check? Yeah? Okay. In the other cities, are we all happy and jolly and Christmassy and ready? Yes. Okay, right. First of all, we're going to check to put the letter in the right order, and then we're going to check which part of the letter it's talking about. So, number 1 has been done for you. It's G, so you couldn't have got that wrong. Number 2 is D. Yes, D. Number 3 is F. F. Number 4 is E. Good. Number 5, A. Number 6, H. Number 7, B. Number 8, I. And number 9. Okay, now, at the top, Williams and Co. 1 Dublin Square, Chatsworth is what? What is it? Okay, it is the letterhead. It's the letterhead of the company, so the people who are sending. So I would have accepted letterhead or sender's details. Then on the left-hand side, Ms. C. Hewitson, thank you, Hewitson, is the recipient's details. Remember, it goes on the left-hand side. Then on the right-hand side, the 11th of July, good, the date. Excellent. Okay, then G, dear Ms. Hewitson, I don't like her surname. I'm changing her surname. So, dear Ms. Hewitson is good. Salutation. Yes, very good. Remember how we said last lesson about starting the letter off in the correct way. Then we have D is the subject line. And also remember, as I said, in a letter, you can either put the subject line before the salutation or vice versa. Then we have F. Okay, that basically is just literally the beginning of the letter. So thanking somebody for a previous letter or contact that you have had with them. Then we have E. What's E? Exactly, it's the main body of the letter. Yes, good. And that starts off with E and then the letter A. So E and A are the main body of the letter. So you're giving lots of information about why you are writing. Then you have H. So, again, there's lots of I don't remember. It wasn't actually part of the letter. This is actually what you are going to do or what your client needs to do. So you're giving them advice about what they need to do. So it's literally the what to do sentence. B is, again, the last line. So giving any last minute information that you need to. I, you should know, it's not the salutation, it is the complimentary close. Again, don't forget to give the right complimentary close to the right person. Yours sincerely, yours faithfully, do you remember when we use it? Okay, so which one though? Do we use yours sincerely or yours faithfully if we don't know who we're writing to? So, dear sir and madam. Do you want to give the microphone? Okay. Okay, good. So, good. Excellent. So the colleague has just said that if you know who you are writing, so you have the name and surname, you write yours sincerely. If you do not know, so it's dear sir or madam, you write yours faithfully. And remember, we use the yours faithfully, dear sir and madam, just once, obviously. because when you get the letter back, you know who you're writing to. Too many S's. Yes, the reason why you're quite right. The reason why we don't use yours sincerely with dear Sarah Madam is because the English language is strange. Too many S's. Doesn't sound right, okay? But they are both equally formal, okay? They are both formal in their own ways.
I disagree. If you write to Sally Smith, dear Sally
Smith isn't silly. It's horrible. Okay, and the last one, letter C is, the signature, either printed signature or the signature of the person. Good, so you did remember. Yay. Verifica passed. You're still getting one in April, though. Okay, now the next part is my absolute favorite. This is brilliant. This is the elements of a contract. So, in English and in American contract law, there have to be necessary elements that have to be present when you make a contract. An element is a fundamental part of something. This is true of all contracts, both written and unwritten. So I'm going to read you the story of Maria and Charles, and then you are going to give your own opinion as if they have a contract or not. So Maria is Charles's girlfriend. The relationship started 8 months ago. Charles asks Maria if she would like to go to Italy with him for a skiing holiday. Maria agrees. Charles pays for the holiday on his credit card. The cost is £2,500 in total. However, a week before the holiday, Maria meets Will. She calls Charles and explains that she is now Will's girlfriend and she doesn't want the holiday. Charles is very angry. He demands £1,250 from Maria and says that she has to pay. She says she thinks the holiday was a present from him. Charles says the holiday was not a present because Maria has a great job and makes more money than him. So, this is fun. First of all, do they have a contract? Yes or no? And then you are going to say why and why not. If you would like to discuss this in pairs or groups, please do. Okay? Okay, that brought about a lot of pro Charles, pro Maria, and who on earth is Will? Okay, so in general, what do you think? First of all, do they have a contract? Okay, so we've got a few, of course not. We've got no. Anybody saying yes? Does anybody say yes? Okay, so.
No, I said another. Okay.
Mhm.
I just read what I.
Okay, yeah.
The point is not whether they have a contract or not, but what contract they made. A. Did they agree to have an holiday together and pay each one half of the price? Or B. Did Charles offer Maria an holiday with him and to pay the half of the price, the price for both, relying on Maria's participation? In the second case, Maria doesn't have to pay the half of the price if she goes with Charles, but if she does not want to go, she has to refund the half of the price because she obliged to go with Charles. This is just an opinion, obviously.
No, absolutely. Okay. Does anybody have anything else to add to this? Well, I'm not going to tell you. Okay. As we go on in the next part, you're going to understand if they do or if they don't have a contract. Okay. In Italian law, would they have a contract? Anybody want to give their answer?
I liked the point that, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, that Daniele made, because he said it depends which client the lawyer is acting for. He said if you're acting for, what are their names again? If you're acting for Charles, they did have a contract. If you're acting for Maria, they didn't have a contract. So, if you're Will has no say.
Okay, so as I said, Italian law. Is there a contract or not? No? Do you want to give your reasons why?
Because she thought it was a present. I wrote donazione, gift.
Okay, so yeah, perhaps Maria thought it was a gift. Okay, so, okay, now, so let's move on and find out exactly the reason, or find out what the reason is. Okay, yeah, you do.
Okay, I'll save Julia's voice for a minute. Okay, so the English courts have an objective test to decide if a contract exists in a particular situation or if it doesn't. The court looks for a list of things that are the necessary elements of a contract. We've got words below here. Put a circle around the words that you think might be one of these elements according to English law. And then we will look at the explanation together to see if you are correct or not. Okay, so which words here are relevant to English law to decide if a contract exists or not? I apologise to our colleagues in Rome. We will try to remember to always have the microphone in our hands. Okay, there are 4. Yeah, In all reality, this is very easy because the 4 words are written underneath. Okay. The 4 elements of an English contract from common law are A, the offer, B, consideration, C, intention, D, acceptance. Okay, so the other words are not elements of a contract. They're not in any particular order, but we've got, offer, consideration, acceptance, intention. Okay, a colleague is asking the meaning of intention. We are going to look at that now.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so as it says below, the other words are all words that lawyers from civil code systems sometimes use. Okay, so we'll read now, and the words should be explained here. Okay, so the information about the elements of a contract. We'll put the 4 words in the correct spaces as we go, so you will see the meaning. So to form a binding contract, according to English law, 4 elements must be present. The first of these is where one of the parties makes a proposal to the other party. The proposal is on absolutely certain terms. For example, I will sell you my car cleaning business on the 1st of January for £20,000. This proposal is called an offer. So a offer. In order to make the contract valid, the parties must exchange something. Each of them must give something to the other, such as money or work or goods. In the above example, one party exchanges a car cleaning business in return for £20,000. Each gives something to the other. If one party promises to the other a gift in return for nothing, then in a situation like this, the parties do not usually have a contract. So another element of a contract is B, consideration. The courts look at the relationship between the 2 parties. The courts decide if the parties really want to make things legally binding in this particular situation or not. If I agree to do some work for my mother or my father, did I really mean to make the agreement legal? Did I have intention? Okay, so intention is the desire to make this agreement legal. Okay. It is absolutely necessary that a person accepting an offer does not change the terms of the original offer. For example, if I say, I will buy your car cleaning business, but not for £20,000 as you ask, I will give you £15,000. Then there is no binding contract because there was no acceptance. Okay, pay attention to the pronunciation. I hear around the class, I hear a few acceptances. It's acceptance, acceptance.
Okay, so thinking back to poor Charles and Maria, and okay, well, but Charles, Maria, and of course Will. Let's not forget Will. And thinking back to the exercise that you've just done, okay, decide if you think that Charles and Maria have a contract or not in English law. Okay, so again, work together, and we're doing exercise 4 on page 9. So I want you to give your reasons as to whether Charles and Maria have a contract, so why or why not, and also think about what you think a judge in Italy would decide about this. Okay?
for the colleagues in the other cities, I believe our colleague here has already written to you. Just occasionally, when Julia and I are talking to the students here, the points are not necessarily relevant to the legal course. It could just be a little grammar point that somebody has written down, or an aside comment. I mean, we've even had comments about recognising students from other locations. So if we're not saying things on the microphone, that's usually the reason. So I apologise. Thank you.
Okay, so let's have a look at the answers/answers/ oh goodness me, what's happening. Okay. The correct answer is, it is difficult to give an absolute precise answer to this. In general, this was a gift from Charles. Okay, so because it was a gift from Charles, he offered the holiday. She did accept. She accepted the holiday, but they didn't exchange anything. Maria didn't offer to pay her half. She didn't offer to pay all of it just because she earns more money than him. She just said, yes, I'll go on holiday. So there's no consideration. Okay. No intention for Charles either, because in general they didn't want to make the contract legally binding. So basically Charles doesn't have a leg to stand on, which is an idiom. And later on, as a last thing, we're going to be doing some British idioms just to kind of confuse you even more. To have a leg to stand on basically means there's no reason for him to, what's the word I'm looking for? He has no rights. He has no rights in this. There was offer, there was acceptance, there was no consideration, and that's the most important part. Okay. So what would an Italian judge think in this case? If they decided to go to court for this, and I highly doubt it would ever probably get to court, but just in case they decided to go to court for this, what would a judge say? Would anybody like to offer an answer? Nobody? Anybody from the other cities? They want to write it down quickly. Nobody wants to go to court on this. No, I'm not surprised. I mean, for what was it? How much was the holiday? £2,500. It's probably not worth it. The best thing for them to do is to shake hands and say, okay, thanks very much, bye. Enjoy your life with Will. Okay, all right, good. Now, let's just have a look at the end of an offer. What time is it? Yeah, okay, we're going to do this last exercise, and then for the other cities, we're going to be going on a break. The break will be from about 11:15 to 11:35. Okay, we're giving you a bit of a longer break because this is a very long day for everybody, so I think you do need a bit of a longer break. Okay. Do you want to do this one, my love? The end of an offer. Okay. Right, okay, well, just to kind of end on a semi-fun note, it's anagram time. So the words are jumbled up, so they're not in the correct order with the spelling, so we are kind of testing your spelling abilities here. Could you please do exercise 1 on page 9? You're going to read about the different situations, and you're going to say, first of all, what the word is, so spell the word, they've given you the first letter. And then you're going to say who the offerer is and who the offeree is in each situation. Okay?
The definition of both are at the top. The person who makes an offer is the offerer, and the person who receives the offer is the offeree.
Okay, are we ready? No? Okay. Okay, are we all ready now to check? Yeah? Okay. Valletta, are you ready with your... Okay. Okay, so David Jackson has a new job when he starts work with the company. When he starts work, the company, DDS Furniture Limited, offers him shares in the company at a special cheap price. A year after he starts the job, he decides to accept the offer to buy the shares. His employer tells him he cannot accept the offer. This is because the offer has lapsed. And the spelling of lapsed is L-A-P-S-E-D. And lapsed means it's too much time has passed. B. Julie Smith has a new computer. She advertises her old one for sale for £50. Alex Harrison calls and suggests... Oh, sorry. The first one, A. The offerer is DDS Furniture and the offeree is David Jackson. I apologise. B. Julie Smith buys a new computer. She advertises her old one for sale for £50. Alex Harrison calls and suggests paying Julie £30. Julie refuses. Alex then suggests £40, but Julie refuses. Julie says the reason is that Alex made a counter offer. Counter offer. The legal effect is to cancel the original offer. The offerer is Julie Smith. The offeree is Alex Harrison. C. Jamie Hammond decides to sell his car to Ben Wardle. Ben says, no thank you. The offer was rejected. The legal effect is to cancel the offer. The offerer is Jamie Hammond. The offeree is Ben Wardle. Yes, you can ask a question. Hold on. Sorry.
But in the B case, B, we can say that the offer is Alex because when we have a counter offer, the counter offer is a new offer.
So sorry. So you're saying the offerer is
Alex,
Alex.
because when Alex says he can offer £40, he do a counter offer, but the counter offer is a new offer, so no. It needs to be received by the offeree. In the second, in this case, is perhaps Julie.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. No, I mean the original offerer.
The original offer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, I think we will have a break. We will see you back here at about 11:35. Okay. Also for the other cities, 11:35. 11:40. Sorry, 11:40 because we're 5 minutes late. So 11:40 for everybody. Okay.
toc, toc. We're missing one.
We're missing two.
Okay. Oh, there's none outside there. No?
No, there's one there. I know who they are.
Okay. I hope you've all had a coffee. Ooh. Torino, Verona, Roma, Milano. I hope you have better weather than we have here in Florence. It's freezing. All those people who complain about the British weather, silence. And we've also discovered that in Verona, Giulia's Christmas jumper has been appreciated. Believe me, I work with her. I'm bored of Christmas already. Okay, so we'll go on until 1:30 and then have a lunch break, which will be rather necessary at that point, I'm sure. Okay, so what is consideration? Okay, the exercises are all self-explanatory as usual, but again, I'm going to read it out loud to you, then I'm sure that everybody has followed it. So we'll describe consideration to you, and then following that, there are phrases underneath, A to G, where we use a word from the text and put it in the phrases below. Okay, so offer and acceptance are not enough to make a contract. There also needs to be two other elements. We saw these before. They are intention to create a legal relationship and consideration. What is consideration? Consideration is what one party promises to give to or promises to do for the other party. Here we have a lot of prepositions. At some point we will be attacking you with prepositions that are involved in legal English. Tends to be a disaster area. So at some point you'll find exercises on prepositions. Julia's favourite. Where am I up to? Okay. Both parties need to provide consideration to make a contract valid. There are many precedents in English law where judges decide what is good consideration and what is not. Consideration is usually one of the following things: a promise to do something, a promise not to do something in the future, which we sometimes call forbearance, goods, services, money. A promise of a gift or of a free service does not usually create a contractual situation according to English law. So there we go back to the situation of Charles and Maria. This is because one of the parties has not provided consideration. To make a contract, both parties must give something or do something for the other in a kind of exchange. A lawyer describes this by saying that consideration must be reciprocal. It must travel in both directions. If consideration is a good thing for a party and is positive in nature, we say that he or she has gained a benefit. Receiving a payment of money would be an example of this. However, sometimes the consideration provided is negative in nature. Let's imagine an employee agrees in his or her employment contract not to start a business for 2 years after the contract terminates. He or she has promised not to do something in the future. We say that this party has suffered a detriment. I promised to tidy a friend's garden because she's ill. I don't want to be paid. However, I'm busy and I don't tidy the garden for her. Is our agreement a contract? No, it isn't. Why not? It's not a contract because because one of the parties to the agreement has not provided consideration, and consideration is a fundamental principle of English contract law. Okay, this time the words are not in bold in the text, so you have to find them without that. Okay, so phrases A to G. Use one of the words in the article to complete the phrases. In general, I see most of you are ready again. Again, for my for the colleagues in the other cities, you will have seen that I've been chatting. We were simply discussing regional accents for a moment. And how a lot of the students here prefer the British accent to the American accent. It's indifferent. Okay, phrase A. As well as offer acceptance and consideration, the parties to a contract need to have intention, the 4 words, to create a legal relationship. To make a legally binding contract, both parties must provide consideration. To find out what is good consideration for a contract, I need to check the relevant precedent. The relevant precedent to see what judges say about it. A promise not to do something in the future can be good consideration for a contract. Lawyers usually call this forbearance. Forbearance, yeah. It is written in the 4 notes where it says a promise to do something, a promise not to do something, goods, services, and money. Okay, the 5 extra notes. Okay. E, both parties to the contract must provide consideration. In other words, it must be reciprocal. If I receive something positive under the contract, I gain a benefit. If I lose something under the contract, I suffer a detriment. Okay, and the words, the particular verbs that go with these words are important as well. So gain a benefit, suffer a detriment. It's important to use the correct verb in these cases.
Thank you. Okay, now a little bit of fun time now. Daniele, stop. Yeah, I know, stop, because you don't know what we're doing. Right, okay. You have got there's a word search on page 11. What we would like you to do, though, is cover the words with your hand. Or with a piece of paper, or with your hand. There are 16 words to find. They can be in any direction, so up, down, left, right, diagonally right, etc. We'd like you to find the 16 words in the word search. If you want to work in pairs or groups, that's absolutely fine. But it is important that you cover the words. Those in the other cities, we trust you to cover the words. Okay, we can't see you, but imagine that we are looking at you. Okay. Okay, are we finished? Nee. Yeah. Yeah. Considering the one, so 15. My mathematics is appalling. 15 to find, 16 in total. Okay, right. Do you need any more time?
Finish it at home.
Yeah, finish it at home. Yeah, you can, or on the train home, or if or get one of your kids to do it. They'll be super quick at doing word searches. It's very good. Okay, let's move on, and let's look at. Oh, I have the right one. Thank you. Lovely. Okay. Sorry. Let's look at contract and statute on page 12, and we're going to see about them both and where they come from. So we're on page 12, and just have a listen to me now as I read. The common law is one source of contract law. Another is statute. A statute is a law made by Parliament. We can say that judges make the common law, but Parliament creates statutes. A statute passes through 3 stages. The House of Commons. This is the most powerful of Parliament's 2 chambers. These chambers are usually known as houses. The Houses of Commons has 650 members who are elected when the whole country votes in a general election. And I'm just going to apre un parentesi here. Can we please not discuss anything about what happened yesterday in Great Britain? Thank you. Chiudo il parentesi. These members of the House are called MPs. A statute begins in this House. The House of Commons has only 427 seats. When it is full, a lot of people have to stand. I don't know if any of you have ever seen on television the Houses of Commons when you've got everybody in there discussing when it's Prime Minister question time. It's the time where all of the parties come together, and it's literally standing room only. It is a super small little room, and when everybody is voting or everybody wants to have their say, it is standing room only. The Houses of Lords. This is Parliament's 2nd chamber. Its main function is to check new laws which were proposed in the House of Commons. The House of Lords has 786 members who come from a variety of backgrounds. This House has limited power to stop a proposed statute from becoming a law, but it can slow it down. Members of this House are not elected. Most members get their seats from the monarch, the king or the queen, on the advice of the Prime Minister. The monarchy. The monarch has to give permission before a new statute becomes law. This is because the king or queen is the head of state. This permission is called giving the royal assent. However, the monarch always accepts the advice of his or her government. Apro un altro parentesi here. The queen, I should no doubt think, at the moment is not particularly happy. Chiudo parentesi. In fact, the monarch does not even have the full text of the proposed statute, only the title of it. The last monarch to reject a proposed statute was Queen Anne, who died in 1715. There are 3 words for the law made by Parliament. They refer to the same thing. They are statute, this is often called statutory law, acts of Parliament, or legislation. This is the collective word for all laws Parliament creates. Okay, what we'd like you to do is look at the definitions and look at the text and put one of the word in bold in. Okay, are we all ready? Okay, let's check together. So A, the main law-making body in England is Parliament. Yes, Parliament. Members of Parliament. MPs. Your MPs. A law made in Parliament. Statute. Okay, statute. Chosen by the people to be a political representative. Elected. Yes, yes, you are elected. A word meaning all of the laws made by Parliament. Legislation. Good. And a system of choosing new members of Parliament. All of the people have a vote. Yes. Okay, good. I promise not to open any parenthesis at all. I promise. Just I'm not very happy.
And who is? Okay, we're heading on nicely. We should be able to finish contract law by the lunch break and move on to employment law after lunch. Okay? There is a bit of repetition between the two. The next text is very, very short. I'm not going to do the grammar bit, verb or noun. You should be able to identify a verb from a noun. Okay, so this short text on page 13 is about a statute. As usual, there are words in bold or highlighted. The Unfair Contract Terms Act, UCTA. In English, when we're speaking, we never make a word from an acronym. So, for example, I hear in Italy you say VIP. We don't. We say VIP. We always pronounce each letter. I've heard people talk about USA. We say USA. Okay, so in this case, it's not UCTA, but the UCTA. 1977 is an example of a statute that deals with contract law. It covers transactions between people. This statute places some restrictions upon the contract terms people can agree to. One particular part of it deals with the ways in which people that are selling something can limit their liability for negligence. Okay. Exercise 4 gives the definitions of the words that are highlighted. Okay. Because it's very short, I suggest we just do this quite quickly together. Okay, so a piece of business, such as buying or selling something. Which of the words in bold would that be? Somebody said it. A transaction, correct. So A transaction is a piece of business. B, we need a verb. To something is to deal with or include something. Correct, to cover something. So we can say this lesson covers contract law and employment law. Okay. A something is a limit that is put on something. Yeah, okay, a restriction. D, if you have for something, it means that you have legal responsibility for it. If you have liability for something. E, the something of a contract are its contents. The terms of a contract are its contents. It means the conditions and duties that you agree to perform when you enter into the contract. And the final verb, to something. A restriction upon someone is to put limits upon what they're allowed to do. So we place a restriction. Okay, and the preposition afterwards as well, upon, place a restriction upon somebody. Okay, and just very, very briefly, without doing the exercise, but just look at how many different ways we can use the word term or terms. Okay, the plural terms can mean two things. Terms, all of the duties and conditions contained in a contract. She explained the terms of the contract to her client. But also terms means words and expressions. Okay, we might use some terms that you don't understand. A lawyer sometimes uses legal terms that his client might not understand. The famous legalese. Okay, the single form, term, a single duty or condition contained in a contract, sometimes known as a provision. Okay, there is a term in this contract that forbids you to sell goods in Australia or New Zealand. And also the duration of a contract. Okay, the term of this contract is 1 year from the date of signing. That's why you love English. No?
Oh, right, me. Yes, me again. Okay, we're not, as Louise said, we're not going to do the exercise, so we're just going to go straight on to reading contract law on page 14. The exercise after is a true or false, so we'll just do the reading and then you'll do the exercise. You have the key vocabulary at the top. So, in general, businesses are free to enter into whatever contracts they agree between themselves. However, business contracts must not be contrary to, against, case law or acts of parliament such as the Unfair Contract Terms Act. If the contents of a contract, usually called the terms and conditions, do not comply with the law, meaning they don't follow the law correctly, then a judge will probably decide that the contract is void. Void means empty. It is not an enforceable contract. It is not a contract that a judge will recognize as valid. It is a general rule that both parties of the contract must have capacity to contract. This means that when a person signs a contract, they must be old enough to consent, to say yes to it, and not be mentally ill, and not drunk or using drugs. It is another general rule that both parties must enter into the contract voluntarily. This means that they must have signed it freely and not under duress, pressure. A contract may be written or oral, spoken, or in the form of a deed. A deed is sometimes called a contract under seal. It is a special contract that it is legal even though one of the parties has not provided consideration. A promise or a gift or donation, for example, can be a valid contract if the agreement takes the form of a deed. An oral contract is binding according to English law. Even if a contract involves a large sum of money, it is still valid if it is not written. When a contract comes to an end, we say that the contract is discharged. If the contract is discharged because of one of the parties does not fulfill their obligations, it is called a breach. If one party breaches the contract, the injured party can sue the party in breach. The injured party is the claimant and the party in breach is the defendant. A lot of important words here. And I mean, our advice to you is any important words that you find, keep a note of them, okay? Write them down somewhere in your notebook or, wherever you keep your important words. Look at the word and then write the definition of the word, okay? Okay, so the exercise is a true and false. Like before, can you underline in the text where you find the information regarding it? Okay? Okay, are we ready? Yeah? All right, let's check. Okay. A. Acts of Parliament concerning contract law are to protect the public and they do not affect businesses at all. True or false? Yes, it is false. Good. If a contract is void, it will not be enforceable by a court. Good. True. If I sign a contract after drinking a whole bottle of wine and 3 beers, the contract might not be valid. Yes, of course it's true. I am not good at drinking after half a glass of wine. That's it. I'm gone. However, there are people who are better at me. In very special circumstances, it is possible to have a contract where one of the parties does not provide consideration. Good, true. And the injured party and the party in breach are the same person. Good, false, excellent, excellent. And let's just do exercise 2 together. The key vocabulary words are going to go into the sentences to complete them. So let's just do this together. You are only 16 years old, so you do not have, yes, capacity to contract. A contract that is valid even though one of the parties has not provided consideration usually takes the form of a contract under seal. We made an oral contract, and even though it involves a large sum of money, it does not need to be in writing to be valid. There are various ways in which a contract can be discharged, including performance of all duties or breach. If a contract is binding, then it is enforceable. Enforceable by a court. You did not fulfill your obligations under this contract, and as the injured party, I have the right to sue you for breach. Did you sign the contract voluntarily, or was it signed under duress? One of the terms of this contract is contrary to, it needs the to after, contrary to the Sales of Goods Act, and the term is therefore not valid. If I promise to make a donation to a person or organization, it is legally binding contract if the agreement takes the form of a deed. Any private agreement must comply with all relevant law, including acts of Parliament. Okay, other cities, did you get all of those words? Can you let us know if you want us to go over them? Okay, yep. And just pass you back to Louise, and we're going to talk about going to court now.
I'd be so bored of the sound of our voices. Right, I'm comfortable now. Okay, let's go to court. Okay, I'm going to talk about a breach of contract. Again, we mentioned before, breach is one of those words that comes up again and again and again and again. Fundamental. So, here's the situation. John Oliver is the owner of a car business with the original name of Oliver's Auto. John Oliver sells second-hand cars in Chatsworth. Many of the cars that he sells previously belonged to a taxi company. 2 months ago, John Oliver sold a car to a woman named Susan Hicks. I think I know her. Susan Hicks paid for the car by cheque. The cost was £1,000. The car was not a good one. It stopped working twice in the first week that Susan bought it. Susan was angry and went to John Oliver's office. Susan asked John Oliver to give her a different car. He refused. Susan telephoned her bank and cancelled the cheque. John Oliver did not receive any money. The car is at Susan's house. The car will not start. Susan telephoned John Oliver last week and said he can collect his broken car anytime he wants to, but he refused. He decided to sue Susan Hicks for breach of contract on the grounds that she did not pay him. Yesterday, Susan received a claim from Chatsworth County Court, which is the local civil court. John Oliver is claiming £1,000 from her for the car, plus a court fee of £60. So his total claim is £1,060. Okay, this should be very, very quick to do. I know we're doing a lot of true or false, but just it makes sure that you've read the article again and in detail. So a quick true or false there. While you're at it, you may as well do the vocabulary exercise that follows, exercise 2. True or false? I think we're starting to get tired and in need of lunch. Okay, does John Oliver own a taxi business in Chatsworth? It's false, isn't it? He owns a second-hand car company. Susan Hicks did not pay in cash for the car. It's true, she paid by cheque, preposition, by cheque. Susan Hicks telephoned John Oliver to ask him for a different car. False. She went to the office, she didn't telephone. John Oliver collected the car from Susan's house last week. False. It's still at Susan's house. And John Oliver is not claiming any interest on the £1,000 he says Susan owes to him. That's true, isn't it? The only extra pay are the court fees. Yeah. Okay. And if I were to ask you the meaning of the words below, you would answer, obviously, with the phrases given. So, what is a claimant? Well, thank you. It's the person who starts the legal action. So what is a defendant? Yeah, it is the person who the claimant is making a claim against. It's a clumsy phrase, that one. What does sue mean? Start an action against someone in the civil court, correct. And what does defective mean? Faulty, not working correctly, broken in some way. What is direct loss? Yeah, something that you suffer, number 2. And consequential loss? Yeah, indirect. Correct, number 3. Good.
Oh, me?
Is it?
Well, you must have the exercise.
Okay, at this point, exercise 3 is fast and furious. Let's put the words in quickly together so we can get on and try and finish contract law before the break. Okay. So I must return the goods that you delivered to my shop yesterday, as they are all what? Defective. Perfect. And I cannot sell things that do not work properly. B. Mr. Wilkes breached the contract because he delivered the goods 2 weeks late. As an immediate result of this, I suffered a direct loss, of £2,000 because I could not sell the goods to the buyer who was waiting for them. You must pay what you owe me at once, or I will sue you in the county court. When the claim form was served upon he decided to pay the money that he owed to the claimant, to the defendant. The loss that you suffered as a breach of contract was not a direct result of the breach. A court will say that this is a what loss? A consequential loss. Good, yeah. And finally, several people owe money to my business, and as a result, I am the something in 3 different cases in the county court. I'm the claimant, correct, yeah.
Okay, now because we've come to the end of contract law and we want to do employment law in the afternoon, we're going to do something a little bit different now. At the back of your dispenser, which we've now adopted as an English word even though it's not, but at the back you have some exercises, okay? We'd like you to look at the last one where you have 25 words and I think it's about 27 sentences. Now, there are a couple of things you need to do here. Okay? The first thing you have to do is look at the sentences on the right. There is a mistake in every sentence. It could be a grammar mistake. It could be a spelling mistake. It could be an extra word. There might be a word that you need to put in. So you're going to read the sentence, think about that, and choose the correct alternative. So correct it in whichever way you think is necessary. Then you are going to look at the beginnings or the sentences on the left and match them to the sentences on the right. In a couple of cases, the dear, for example, can be used in alternate sentences. Okay? You may do this in pairs. It is a little bit difficult. We're going to give you some time to do this. Okay? So work in pairs or groups and try and do this together. Okay?
Okay, so they're not all directly related to legal English, but a lot of them could easily be. So left matched with right. Okay, so a number with a phrase on the right. Don't look at my answers. So the sentences on the left can be matched together.
So yeah, every sentence on right has a mistake in it. It could be a spelling mistake. There could be an extra word. There could be a word that you need to put in. So we'll give you an example. With number 1, dear, you could say dear sir or madam, and it's madam without the E. Or dear Mr. Blackwell, and it's Mr. Blackwell without sir. Okay, so 1 and 2 we've just given to you. It's dear Mr. Blackwell without sir, or dear sir, madam, madam without the E.
just a quick announcement for the other cities to facilitate giving the answers afterwards. Could you possibly label the phrases on the right with the letters of the alphabet A, B, C, D, E, F, G? I will continue because there are 25 of them. So from A to Y, using the English alphabet, including lettere straniere.
Okay, we'll give you 5 more minutes. Okay, or looking at everybody's faces here in Florence, maybe 5 isn't enough, but we'll 6.5. Okay, 6.5 minutes. Okay. So you got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to finish. Alrighty, let's check together. I hope everybody in the other cities is not tearing their hair out like they are here in Florence. I have been particularly evil with this exercise, but it's good practice for you, for your general English and also your legal English when writing letters. Remember, spelling, absolutely fundamental. Okay, there is nothing worse than receiving an email or a letter that has English spelling done badly. Okay, does not make a good impression at all. Right, what I'm going to do is I think I'll check the ones on the right first. Okay, yeah, all right, changed my mind. Okay, so, no, it's true. Okay, number 3, I refer to your advertisement in yesterday's Times for a tour guide. The mistake is the spelling of tour, T-O-U-R. Louise is actually writing the mistakes on the board. Good. Number 4, I would like to apply for the post of assistant teacher. Okay, now there are 2 options here. Yeah, good. So you can either say teacher advertised in the Oxford News on 8 April or the teacher which was advertised in the Oxford News on 8 April. Or that was organised, yeah? Advertised, yeah. That or which. Whichever you feel more comfortable, they are both correct. So which or that, or taking out the word was. Number 5, I am very interested in... Okay, applying for the post of student reporter. The mistake was you. It's an extra word. So applying for the post of student reporter. Okay. Number 6, I would like to complain. Yeah, good. About the service. The spelling of received. R-E-C-E-I. There is a rhyme, the way that British people, wasn't it? I before E, except after C? Okay. Forget what I just said, but there is a rhyme.
Sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt then. No, Julia's right. There is an old rhyme that was to help English children with the spelling, and we said I before E, except after C. There is a list as long as my arm of exceptions, so in fact the rule doesn't work. Sorry.
That's all right. Okay. Where are we? Number 7. Number 7. I am writing to thank you. Yes, I've lost the okay, for the help you gave me. Yeah, I've got it. Sorry, I put. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I would like to complain. What did we say about this? No, yeah, about the service I received recently at your restaurant. Sorry, I am writing to thank you for the help you gave me when I visited your school without 2. Yeah. Some of them can be. Yeah, I know, but we'll work it out. Okay. Number 8. I would be grateful if you. Okay, yeah. Now in some of these answers there are 2 options here. So this is one of them. So I would be grateful if you let me know when you arrive or when you will arrive. And also, I would be grateful if you would send me more information. Yeah. So occasionally there are 2 options for the sentences. I did say it was evil, this one. Okay. Number 9. Thank you very much for. Yes, your letter, spelling of letter, 2 T's. Okay, so L-E-T-T-E-R. So your letter of 12th September. Good. Number 10, as you requested. Okay, I enclose full details of the itinerary for next weekend. So the letter A, the article A, is unnecessary. Good. Number 11, I regret that I am unable to attend. Yeah, unable to attend the conference next Tuesday. No preposition. Number 12, I suggest. Yeah, meeting at 7 o'clock. The extra word is with. Number 13, I hope I have covered the main points. Extra word is for. Number 14, if you require any more information, please do not hesitate to get in touch with me. So you need to put the word with in. Okay, yeah, please do not hesitate to contact me, yes, or please do not hesitate to get in touch with me. Both are correct, yes. 15, please give my best wishes. I've lost my 15. Yes, okay, to Mr. Smith without A. I can be usually contacted by telephone or email. No article. I would be free to attend an interview. Yes, an interview. Spelling of interview. INTERVIEW. I very much appreciated the effort you went to in order to make this meeting a success. So in order to. I would like to point out that your article contained a number of errors. Errors, ERRORS. 20. I feel that I am owed an apology. Apology 1P. So APOLOGY. 21. I would be grateful if you would let me know or would send me more information. They put a spelling mistake in. They did an extra word, an extra spelling of would in there. Yeah, it says I would be grateful if you would. It's a mistake on their part, not a mistake that you had to find. 22. Thank you for your attention. In this matter. To all in this matter. It's that's my mistake, sorry. Yep, to all in this matter. 23. I look forward to hearing from you soon. So the extra word is so. And 24 and 25. Okay, so we've got sincerely, spelling of sincerely, SINCERELY. And then faithfully, FAITHFULLY. So I apologize if I was super evil with this exercise. It really is absolutely terrible. Okay, for the cities around Italy, we are off on our lunch break. We will see you back here at 2:30. Okay?
Vi ricordo solo un attimo la firma anche per l'uscita del pranzo.
appreciate getting a reasonable train.
No, we'll start. Are we online? Yeah? Shall I go? Okay, welcome back everybody. Hope you had a lovely lunch. Here in Florence it thundered, lightning and rained, so we're all a little bit wet at the moment. But, however, on to the second part of today's course, and we are looking at the language of employment law. So we're on page 18. I'm going to do the first exercise. I'm going to read you a text about being an employer. We've got the key vocabulary, and then underneath we have an exercise which is answering the questions with full grammatically correct sentences.
As I said to the colleagues in Florence briefly, a lot of the language will be very, very familiar to you in this unit because you use a lot of them in Italian as well. The manager, who we say the manager, part-time, full-time, lots of words that you use in your language too. So it should be relatively easy, but you'll also hear the correct pronunciation of all of these words as we go along.
Okay, so my name is Peter Connolly and I am an employer in the town of Chatsworth. This means I have a business and I pay people to work for me. I am the owner of 2 shoe shops and I employ a total of 12 employees. Another word for a group of employees is staff. Some of my staff work in the shops and some of them work in the office. Our office is situated above one of the shops. I employ an office manager and a secretary in the office. A manager has control of the office. A secretary is a person who helps the office manager with his or her work. These 2 people are my office staff and they deal with all of the admin work connected with the shops. Admin work is short for administrative work. For example, the office staff order goods to sell in the shops and they also pay the invoices we receive from suppliers. Another duty of office staff is to deal with the payroll. The payroll is a list of people who work for the business. The payroll shows me who works for the business and what remuneration each person receives from me next month. Remuneration is a formal word meaning payment. My employees receive a salary. A salary is an amount of money that an employee receives each month. Employees who receive payment every week usually refer to this money as wages rather than salary. Both salary and wages are sometimes called pay. Some of my employees work full-time and some of them work part-time. My full-time staff work for 35 hours a week and my part-time staff work for 15 hours a week. Okay, so we have the questions A to G. Read the questions and answer the questions with full grammatically correct sentences. So no one-word answers. Okay? Yes. You have more than one member of staff. Yeah. Yeah.
Work.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the sorry.
No. I'll just explain to the others who.
Wages are usually it's a type of salary also, but it's usually weekly. So I can say, for example, a teenager in England doing a part-time job would always talk about their wages rather than their salary, which is monthly or annual. In the non-Florence cities, if you have any queries about whether your phrases are correct or otherwise, please, you can write them and we'll have a look for you.
Okay, are we ready? Yeah. For those in the other cities, Louise and I have just gone round correcting everybody's 2-word answers because we did ask for a full grammatically correct sentence, only because it is actually testing your ability to construct a sentence, okay? So checking where your subject goes, the verb, third person singular, the plural of one person, 2 people, irregular verbs, etc. So in this little part, we are testing your basic knowledge of English grammar. So let's just correct the answers. Let's just check the answers. What type of shops does Peter Connolly own in Chatsworth? Shoe shops is a 1-word answer. So the correct sentence should be Peter Connolly owns shoe shops in Chatsworth, or Peter Connolly owns shoe shops. Bit of a tongue twister, shoe shops. How many staff does Peter Connolly employ? Okay. Peter Connolly employs 12 members of staff, or 12 staff. Okay. In general, when we're talking about staff, we say members of staff. How many staff work in the office of the business? There are 2 members of staff who work in the office of the business. What information does the payroll show Peter Connolly? The information on the payroll shows who works for the business and what remuneration each person gets or each person receives. This word is terrible. What does remuneration mean? Remuneration means payment. Yes. That's the phrase. Are Peter Connolly's staff paid weekly or monthly? Okay, there was a bit of a doubt. There was some doubt here about whether it was going to be monthly or weekly. He does actually say, my employees receive a salary. A salary is the amount of money that you receive each month. But then he goes on to talk about employees who receive payment every week. So I'm going to be flexible here and accept. I'm not going to be flexible because Louise has just told me I'm not allowed to be flexible. However, I am more flexible than she is. We will accept both answers. So, Peter Connolly's staff are paid weekly or monthly. How many hours a week do Peter Connolly's full-time staff work? Peter Connolly's full-time staff work 35 hours a week. Okay. Are there any questions about this? No? Okay.
My voice again. Okay, again, the vast majority of the words should be familiar. I think the only unfamiliar word in the last exercise was wages, which some people had heard, but some hadn't. Here, I think you can guess the majority of them. Okay, the key vocabulary is at the top, and as you can see, it's all understandable. Okay, so Peter Connolly, the man we met previously, needs a new employee to work as a sales assistant in one of his shops. So here is an advert that he put in the local newspaper. Okay. I think at this point, actually, I'm not going to read it out loud because it's an advert. It sounds weird reading an advert out loud. So have a quick read for yourselves, and then, as usual, take the vocabulary from the advert and put it in the phrases below, A to J. Okay. So someone who is ambitious and wants to work hard. Well motivated. Are you well motivated? Okay. The period of time that a woman is away from work before and after the birth of the baby. Yeah, maternity leave. The document with about your experience, etc., is a CV. Occasionally we just write curriculum, and occasionally we write curriculum vitae, and mostly we write CV. An informal name for a group of people who work together. Team. Something of duties means a variety of different duties. A wide range of duties. Okay, for a limited period of time, something that is temporary, the opposite of permanent. The person who asks to have something, in particular a job, is an good applicant. The name of the letter that a person sends along with the job application is a covering, okay, not covering, but covering letter, okay. The for a job application is the last date, the closing date, and a person who has in a particular job has previous experience, a track record, yeah, okay. Maybe that one is different from Italian, isn't it? A track record. Okay. Prepositions.
Yeah. Okay. There aren't that many. Couldn't go a lesson without doing some prepositions. So, exercise 3, I want you to read the letter from Andrea Farrell. It's not Andrea, but Andrea in English. And it's a woman, actually. Andrea is the name of a woman in England. So, read the letter and choose the correct preposition. The first one has been done for you. They've given it as an example. A to F. Okay, are we ready? Yeah? Okay, let's check. Okay, so A. What have you got for A? 4. Yes, 4. You apply 4. Okay, phrasal verb, write that down. Apply 4. B In. Good. Advertised in. C. At. Good. D. Good. To. E. At. And F. From. Good. I'll just repeat that for our other colleagues. A for, B in, C at, D to, E at, F from. As we go on, there will be another couple of exercises on prepositions, which I'm sure you're very pleased about. On prepositions. Very quickly, let's do exercise 4. We'll do it together. In the letter from Andrea Farrell, we need to find some words to complete the following sentences. So, A, to what for something such as a job means to ask if you can have that job. What's the verb? To apply. Yes, good. To apply. B, when I say, please find my CV, it means I have put my CV in the envelope together with my covering letter.
Attached on an email.
Okay, enclosed is the correct word. You attach a document when you're sending an email, but you enclose something when you are sending a written letter. So my CV enclosed. What type of person is somebody who deals with the money that a shop or business has in its cash register at the end of every day? A cashier. Cashier. I was thinking that. D, your what are the things that you can do well, especially in relation to your job? Your skills. Your skills.
Shorten the I.
Skills. E, if you are about something, it means that you like the activity and you enjoy doing it. If you are enthusiastic. F, if you are something to start work, it means that you are available to begin working immediately. If you are not ready, free. If you are free to start work. G, what is the chance to do something? An opportunity. And H, if what is available with a particular company, it means that the company has a job for which it needs an employee. A position. Good. Excellent. Okay.
The next one, we're actually going to ask you to do this together. Yes, we are. Okay. At the end of page 21, we have the titles of various possibilities of clauses that you can find in an employment contract. They're known as the clause headings. Okay. On the following page, there are descriptions of what each of these clauses deals with. Okay, so you obviously need to match a heading with a description. Okay, so we've got the term of the contract, job title, working hours, remuneration, holidays, sick pay, grievance procedure, disciplinary procedure, pension, confidentiality, non-competition, termination. Again, you're all lawyers. These are words you've probably seen before, but can you please identify the heading of the clause with the description that you have? Work in pairs to do this, please. Okay, the various clause headings. Okay, the clause dealing with payment. Remuneration. I do have a problem saying that word. Okay. The clause that deals with the employee's obligation not to tell any information that belongs to the employer is the confidentiality clause. Yep. The clause dealing with the period of time that the contract will be valid. Term of contract. The amount of time that the employee is obliged to work every week or every month. Working hours. The clause that deals with what the employer must do if he or she is unhappy with the way that the employee is behaving at work. That is the disciplinary procedure. Okay, the clause that deals with arrangements for the employee to have money in his or her old age is pension. The name of the employee's job. Job title. Nice logic. The time that the employee is allowed to stay away from work to rest and relax and still receive his or her pay. Holidays. Yeah, do again, sorry to go on about the pronunciation, do pronounce the H. Yeah, okay. I hear people say an holiday as well. It's a holiday. Very, very few words with an H in English that we don't pronounce. An example? Hotel is a strange one because in the past, so my grandparents' generation talked about an hotel. Now we say a hotel, we pronounce it. Thank you. Hour, yeah, an hour. And then there aren't many. An adjective, honest. And maybe somebody who inherits money is the heir, H-E-I-R. But in general, please let us hear the H. Sorry. Okay, so holidays. The clause that deals with the ways in which the contract of employment can end. Termination clause. What an employee must do if he or she is unhappy at work and wants to complain to the employer. The grievance procedure. The employee's obligation after the contract of employment ends not to start the same business or work for arrival of the employer for a certain period of time. The clause heading is non-competition, which means we're left with sick pay, the money that an employer must pay to an employee when he or she is ill and cannot work. Good.
Okay. We're just swapping each time. Okay, exercise 2 I think we'll do together. There are questions, words are in the key vocabulary, all about a new employee has been taken on and she's got some queries about her contract, so she's asking some questions. Let's just see if we can complete them. So A, what does the of the contract mean? What does it means the duration of the contract. Term, yes. What does the term of the contract mean? What are the of a contract? They are all of the terms and conditions contained in the contract. The provisions. Provisions. What is my job? It is assistant manager. Yeah, job title. What are my of employment? Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Hours. Hours. What will my annual be? £25,000 a year. Salary. How many weeks can I have? You are entitled to 4 weeks a year in addition to public holidays. Holiday. Holiday. Am I entitled to when I am ill? Yes, but you must provide us with a medical certificate. Good. Sick pay. And how much notice must I give if I want to the contract? 4 weeks. Terminate. Yes. Good. Good. Okay. Again. Yeah, again, working in pairs or alone. That's entirely up to you. Exercise 3, we have clause headings. Okay, it's exactly the same type of exercise that we've just done in exercise 1. So read the definition of the clause heading and say which clause it's talking about. Okay?
Okay, it should have been relatively easy at this point. Extracts. A. What was the clause for A? Non-competition is correct. B. The salary. Remuneration. C. Complaints. Grievance procedure. Good. D. Job title. E. Sick pay, correct. F. Yeah. Sorry. Term of contract. G. Pension. H. Holidays. I. Confidentiality. J. Disciplinary procedure. K. Working hours. L. Termination. Okay.
Okay. Next is a bit of a long exercise. Okay. So you're going to listen to both Louise and myself reading. And then there are 5 little exercises for you to do. Again, you can work in pairs. It's fine. So this is talking about how an employment contract can end. There are different ways. So let's have a look. Resignation. The employee resigns from his or her job. This means that the employee informs the employer that he or she will stop working for the employer's business. This might be because the employee wants to work for a new employer. The employee must usually tell the employer in writing that he or she wishes to resign. This is called a letter of resignation. The employee will usually work a notice period of perhaps 2 weeks or 4 weeks. This means, for example, that an employee who wishes to stop work on the 1st of July must give his or her employer a letter of resignation on the 3rd of June. Resigning is known informally as handing in your notice. Retirement. The employee retires from work. This means the employee leaves his or her job with the intention not to work again because he or she is a certain age. In many countries, the age of retirement is 65 years old. However, some employees choose to take early retirement if they have enough money. When an employee retires, they must live on the money they receive from their pension. Most people in the UK have a state pension, which they receive from the government. When they are working, they pay some money to the government each month to pay for their pension. In the UK, this is called National Insurance Contribution. Some people also have a private pension plan. This is because they want more money than the state pension gives them.
Okay, so we've got resignation and retirement. Now, the third R, redundancy. The employee is made redundant. This means that an employee leaves his or her job because the employer doesn't need them. This might be because business is not good for the employer or because the business is closing. The employee usually receives a redundancy payment. This is an amount of money that the employer pays to the employee as a final payment. The amount of money that the employee receives sometimes depends on the number of years that he or she worked for the employer. The employer sometimes offers the employee training for a new career as part of the redundancy deal. Training means learning the skills necessary to do a different job. Okay, the fourth one is dismissal. So the employer dismisses the employee. The employee is dismissed. This means that the employer is unhappy with the performance or behaviour of the employee, tells him or her that they no longer have a job. This might be, for example, because the employee is not doing the job well, or because the employee is always late for work. Dismissal is known informally as being fired in the USA. What was the programme with Donald Trump? The Apprentice. The Apprentice with Donald Trump. You're fired. Okay, and as being sacked in the UK. Employment law states that the employer must follow a certain procedure of warning the employee before this can happen. However, the employer is not obliged to follow this procedure when the employee is guilty of gross misconduct. Gross misconduct is very bad behaviour, such as stealing money from the employer. And finally, when your fixed term contract ends, so the employee stops working for the employer, or leaves his or her job because his or her contract was for a specific period of time which has ended. For example, I agree to work in an office for 6 months. My contract is fixed term contract for 6 months. At the end of the 6-month period, I stop working for that employer. Okay. The only pronunciation issue I can see there is to remember to say resignation instead of resignation. It's the only one I can think of.
Okay, so there are 5 exercises. Each exercise has 4 words, and each exercise is taken from one of the short paragraphs that we've just read. So work in pairs or groups and complete the sentences, choosing a word from one of the short paragraphs. Okay. Let's check together, because you all seem to be rushing on ahead, and believe me, we have quite a full afternoon, so don't go on ahead, because otherwise you're going to be bored. Okay, exercise 1. We're talking about resignation. So, A, the verb to what means to tell your employer that you intend to stop working for him or her. To resign. To resign. Good. The correct way to resign is usually to give your employer a letter of good resignation. Resignation. When an employee resigns, he or she must usually work a notice period of several weeks. In the UK, the informal way to say resigning is to say handing in your notice. Handing in your notice. Good. Exercise 2, all about retirement. The verb to what it means from work means to stop working with the intention that you will not work again. To retire. Yes, good. Some people choose to take early retirement and stop working at the age of 45 or 50 years old, for example. That's me and you out. When a person retires, they usually live on the money from a pension. Good. And a private pension plan is a way of saving extra money for old age in case the money from the government is not enough. Okay, now we're talking about redundancy. A, when an employee is made redundant, it is usually because the employer no longer needs so many workers. What is a great problem in Western Europe and the USA at the moment? Redundancy. This is because many goods and services are cheaper to produce in other countries. The final sum of money that an employer pays to an employee can be a very large amount. This is called a final redundancy payment, and sometimes depends on the number of years that the employee worked for the employer. When John lost his job at the car factory, he was offered a training course in computer skills to help him find a new job. Now we're talking about dismissal. The printing company dismissed Jason because he did some printing for his friend and he did not ask his friend to pay for it. I dismissed an employee for gross misconduct last year because she telephoned me to say she was ill, but she was really on holiday in Spain. My employer did not follow the correct procedure when he dismissed me. My lawyer says that I can make a claim against my employer because he breached employment law. The informal word for dismissed in the USA is fired, and in the UK it is sacked. Okay, and exercise 5, talking about fixed term contract. I am leaving the company at the end of the month because my contract ends on the 31st of July. My contract with the airline is for a fixed term of 12 months, so I leave next April. We cannot employ you after March. Your contract is for a specific period of time and it ends on the 31st of March. Your contract will be for a fixed 12-month term. Yep, 12-month term, no S. Right. Now, it's preposition time yet again. Exercise 6. This time there are no choices. This is up to you, within reason. Within reason. 2. Complete the sentences with a correct preposition. In some cases, there might be 2 choices of prepositions that you could put in. Okay.
can never tell when you've finished. Look up. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Your first preposition then, you resign from a job. Good start. Okay, and B, you write a letter of resignation. Resignation. How much money will you have to live? To live on, yeah. Sometimes feel that's a little strange, that preposition, but it is correct. I was fired because I was always late. No. Late for work. The vast majority of mistakes that we see in students' writing is in fact with prepositions, and Julia and I are not speaking to you in Italian because of this, because I'm sure we get our Italian prepositions wrong frequently. I'm speaking for myself. Resigning from work is sometimes known informally as handing in your notice. Again, the H is pronounced and the A is very open. Handing. Okay. 2 employees were guilty of gross misconduct. My contract of employment is 4. 4, yeah. Under a term I don't like. I don't like it.
It's grammatically wrong, but you don't like it.
Last week I informed my employer that I intend to stop working for her on the 30th of September. Your employer will pay you redundancy payment of 10,000. This last one, actually, there are 2 possibilities. Yeah, so redundancy payment depends on or? No, on or upon, but on is definitely the best option. So on or upon. Upon just gives a slightly more formal feeling, yeah. Sorry? Yeah, depends on the weather. No, you can be late to a location. Yeah, late for dinner, late for an appointment, late for an English course, after lunch, yeah. Apologise. The person who's speaking was late for the lesson.
Okay, so we're going to have a break now because the following exercises are quite long. So I think we're going to give you a break now. Okay, so it's 4 o'clock, back here at 4:15. 4:15, okay? It's not 4:20, that's 4:15, okay?
We'll start again. There is light at the end of the tunnel. I'm sure you say something similar in Italian. Alla galleria. Okay, we haven't got so much left now about employment. When we finish that, we will teach you some fun idioms in English and see if there's any way you can use them in your legal capacity. Right. So acting for an employee, we have an employment case to read through. We also have the exercise that you've done before that very few people did correctly. There's another exercise with the full sentence answers. Hello. Okay, the full phrase answers. That means putting a verb, putting a subject, putting an object in the phrase, okay? No, it's after that, isn't it? 31. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong page. That's why you're not following me. Yeah, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong page. Okay. Right, acting for an employee. Emma Lucas is an employment lawyer in Chatsworth. We're going to read together what she says about representing employees in various employment cases. As in nearly every exercise, you've got the important words written separately. Okay, we'll have some questions and answers to do afterwards. So, the pronunciation of these words you will hear as I read it, but I'll quickly go through the words before. So, grievance, procedure, constructive dismissal, consult, tribunal, grounds, discrimination, disability. This one, some people say harassment, some people say harassment. Okay? Nowadays, most people say harassment. How do you say it?
Harassment.
Okay, harassment. Okay, my dad says harassment. Bullying, unfair dismissal, appraisal. Okay, so I'll read about what Emma Lucas says. When I represent an employee, it is usually because he or she has a grievance against an employer. A grievance is a complaint. The law says that employers must listen to grievances and help the employee. Unfortunately, some employers do not do this. Employees often come to me because the employer has not followed the correct procedure for dealing with a grievance. When an employee leaves a job because the employer does not listen to a grievance, the law says that it is not fair. Sometimes employees consult me because although the employer followed the correct grievance procedure, the employee feels they were not treated in a fair way. The employee has the right to make a claim against the employer in a special employment court called a tribunal. Most towns and cities in the UK have a tribunal office where an employee can file a claim. When an employee makes a claim to a tribunal, he or she must state the grounds for the claim. Here are some of the reasons that employees give to a tribunal. Discrimination. To discriminate against someone at work means to act towards that person in a different, more negative way from other employees. Employees often claim that they had a bad experience at work because of their age, their sex, the colour of their skin, their nationality, or because they have some physical or mental disability. Harassment. To harass someone means to act towards someone in a way that makes that person feel uncomfortable or distressed. Sometimes it's the employer who harasses the employee. Sometimes it is the other employees who do it. In this case, the employer has a duty to stop the harassment. If the employer does not stop the harassment and the employee leaves work, it is constructive dismissal. The employee can make a claim against the employer if this happens. Harassment is sometimes called bullying in the workplace. In Europe, the word mobbing is sometimes used, but not generally in the UK. Unfair dismissal. If an employer unfairly dismisses an employee, it means that the employer fired the employee without a good reason, Most employers do what is called an appraisal of an employee's performance every year. An appraisal is an evaluation or a judgment of how the employee is doing. If an employee gets 2 or 3 bad appraisals, the employer might not want to continue employing that person. The problem is, employees often think their appraisal was unfair. Okay. So when we were chatting outside earlier, we're saying these questions and answers. So what is a grievance? What is a procedure? Quite often an English lawyer will have to explain the legal terms to his client because he or she maybe hasn't heard them before because they are legal terms, not normal terms. Here you have a mixture. Sometimes are used in legalese, sometimes are used in general English. But this time you have a question and underneath you have the answer. So can you match, please, the questions to the answers? Ready? Yeah. Yeah. So when your client asks you what is a grievance, you will answer H. You will answer it is a complaint. Yeah. What is a procedure? D. It's the accepted correct way of doing something. An employment tribunal is a special court which hears employment cases. Yeah, it's less formal. Discrimination. C. Treating someone in a different way at work. Harassment. It means behaving in a way that makes someone feel very unhappy or uncomfortable. Constructive dismissal. B is when an employee leaves because he or she is unhappy and nothing is being done to help them. Unfair dismissal is F, when an employer fires an employee with apparently no good reason for it, and an appraisal. E, at this point, the last one left, a type of assessment of someone's performance, especially at work. So just to check the people in the other cities have those. So grievance, H. Procedure, D. Employment tribunal, A. Discrimination, C. Harassment, G. Constructive dismissal, B. Unfair dismissal, F. And appraisal, E. Okay. Okay, the same words come up in exercise 2. Okay, so I'm sure my employer treats me badly because I'm a foreigner. We can't say that at the British Institute. We're all foreigners. My lawyer says that I can sue my employer on the grounds of discrimination. I was the only woman in my office. The men working there made jokes about me all of the time and said that my job was only to make coffee for them. I stopped working there because it was horrible and my employer did not help me. The grounds for my claim were constructive dismissal. I've made a claim against my employer. The case will be heard next month by an employment tribunal. Yeah. And the TR in English is it's probably quite a difficult sound for Italians. I don't know. We find your TR very difficult to say. For us is very difficult, but train, traffic, tribunal. Okay. Trust. It's like Sicilian. Okay. It is. Okay. Okay, last week I had something from my employer. It was very good. My employer said that I am a good employee and I work well with others. So I had an appraisal, pronunciation appraisal, yeah. Okay, and I'm making a claim for dismissal. My employer sacked me last month and the only reason was that my employee's daughter wanted to have my job. Unfair dismissal, I should say so.
Okay, now going to go on a little bit and look at acting for an employer. Okay, what we'd like you to do is look at A to J. So we've got different words: legislation, regulation, seminar, duty of care, contentious, allegation, dock pay, fired on the spot, trade union, and strike. And like you to match them with their definitions. If you want to work in pairs or groups, you can. So it's matching A to J with 1 to 10. 1 has been done for you, so obviously don't use that one.
Okay, looking across the room, it looks like most people have more or less finished. I think there were some new terms here, but I also think that you could probably make an intelligent guess as to which was the correct answer through a process of elimination. Okay, so you have non-contentious work is the work that does not involve any kind of dispute or argument between people. Okay, that's what you all hope for. Legislation. What definition did you write for that? What number? 2. Okay, you all know that term already. So legislation, all of the laws passed by a government or an organisation, such as the European Union. Regulations, again a word you can imagine and guess. 6. Rules that a person or a country must obey. A seminar. 1. A meeting where a group of people learn and talk about a new subject. A duty of care. Yeah, a duty to take care. It wasn't difficult, was it? to take care and not to harm anyone by your actions. Contentious work is work that a lawyer does that involves a dispute or an argument between people. Obviously the opposite of non-contentious work. An allegation, a statement 3 that someone has done something wrong. However, it is not proven. I've just been told by one of your colleagues that you use a similar term in Italian anyway, so that's useful. To dock pay, possibly a new term. To keep a part of someone's salary is a punishment because that person did something wrong. To be fired on the spot. 9, dismissed immediately without any warning. Okay, so the more formal way of saying this is to say that he dismissed the employee summarily. We say fired on the spot. Yeah. A trade union. 5, an organisation of workers who unite for better pay and better working conditions. And a strike. I think you're all familiar with this phenomenon. 10, a situation where a group of employees stop working for a period of time because of a disagreement with an employer. Or quite common because it's Friday afternoon and they want a nice long weekend.
Yeah, I disappeared. Okay, now we're going to read about what Emma Lucas says about acting for an employer. I'm going to read it once and then you will read it to yourselves and put in the missing words which are in the key vocabulary. Okay, acting for an employer is very different from acting for an employee. Often my job is doing non-contentious work. Non-contentious means that the employer is not involved in a dispute with anyone. It means doing work such as drafting contracts of employment or giving employers some advice about the latest. Okay. There are many that employers need to know about. A lot of these come from the European Union. It is very important that employers comply with employment law. This means that employers must follow employment law. To inform employers about new legislation, my law firm holds. These are meetings where groups of employers receive information from our law firm about how new laws will affect them. The employers can ask us questions if they are not sure about anything. A lot of new regulations are about health and safety issues. For example, an employer has to employees and to any people who visit the employer's premises. In this situation, the duty of care is a duty to make sure that no employee or visitor is harmed. This includes things like making sure that the employees have proper training to do their job correctly and safely. It also includes making sure that machinery or office equipment is safe. Sometimes I have to do work. This is because an employee makes a claim against my client, the employer. Some employees make very serious, and it is my job to defend my client at an employment tribunal. Sometimes the employee's claim is valid and the employer must pay compensation. Last month I advised an employer who an employee's pay as a punishment because the employee was always late for work. This means that the employer kept part of the employee's pay. I explained to the employer that he is not allowed to do this. A tribunal would support the employee in this situation. Another employer fired an employee for being late. This means he dismissed the employee immediately and without warning. Again, I explained that this is not legal. In that case, the employees became involved. This is an organization of people who work in the same job or profession who help each other when a member has a problem like this. An employer has to be careful when the trade union is involved because it could lead to this is a situation where a group of employees stop working because one of them or a group of them have a grievance against the employer. So, I've read it. You look at the key vocabulary.
Cover the words.
Okay, good thing. Yeah, cover the words at the top. So, cover them with a pen or your phone. Okay, and you try and think of one word to go in or a short phrase to go into each answer. So cover the words, think of the words to go in.
Suggesting covering the words because we've just seen them. Let's just see if you can remember them without looking.
Right, are we ready? Yeah? All right, let's check. Yes, we are. Okay, A. Legislation. Legislation is A. B. Regulations. Good, regulations. C. Seminars. D. Duty of care. E. Contentious. F. Allegations. G. Docked. H. On the spot. I. Trade union. And J. Brilliant. Excellent. Excellent. And okay, although we are on to the last exercise of the legal stuff, the legal exercises, we do have lots of exercises which are less legal but will also help you in everyday English. So there is still quite a bit to do. But the last exercise is the classic complete with a full grammatically correct sentence. Yeah. This is from Julie Murphy. She's an employee and she's making a claim against her employer at an employment tribunal. So, my name is Julie Murphy. Today I am at an employment tribunal. I am the claimant. I am making a claim against my former employer. I must use the word former because he is no longer my employer. My former employer has an estate agency in the town of Chatsworth. An estate agent sells houses. His name is Keith Penhaligon. I worked for Mr. Penhaligon as a receptionist in his office for 4 years. My job was to welcome people who came into the office and give them information about property that was for sale. I liked my job. I was a good employee. I was never late for work. I had a good relationship with my colleagues. During the 4 years that I worked there, I only had 2 days absence. 6 months ago, Mr. Penhaligon said he needed an assistant manager. He advertised the vacant position in the local newspaper. The advertisement said candidates for the job should be young and ambitious and with previous experience of working for an estate agent. I am 27 years old, very ambitious, and I have experience. I applied for the job. 15 other people also applied for the job. Mr. Penhaligon refused to interview me for the job. He explained that it was a waste of his time to discuss my CV and talk about the job. He told me this was because I got married a year ago. He said he was afraid I would have a baby very soon and would need lots of time away from work. He said he would prefer to employ an older woman or a man. I stopped working for Mr. Penhaligon immediately. I am very angry. I am making a claim on the grounds of discrimination. Quite right too, I'm going to add. Right, read the questions, and for the last time today, could you please complete the answers with full grammatically correct sentences, which do not mean 2 words in the answers. Okay, thank you. Alrighty, let's check the answers. The final one for legal English, let's say. Okay, A. What type of business does Julie Murphy's former employer have? Silence from the class.
Yeah, we've checked a lot of them, so perhaps if you read an
Yeah.
example for the
Okay. Yeah. Oops. Anybody like to offer? Nobody? Okay, so Julie Murphy's former employer has an estate agency. Okay.
Very good, Julia.
Thank you. Okay. I think the easiest thing is if I just read the answers, it's probably quicker. What was Julie Murphy's job? Julie Murphy's job was receptionist. Or Julie Murphy was a receptionist. Did Julie Murphy have a good relationship with the other people in her office? Yes, she did. Stop. That's it. That's all we need. So, how many days did Julie Murphy have away from work? Julie Murphy had 2 days away from work. What was the total number of candidates for the job of assistant manager? The total number of candidates for the job for assistant manager were 16. Oh, I missed out an E. I apologise, sorry. Where did Mr. Penhaligon advertise the job of assistant manager? Mr. Penhaligon advertised the job of assistant manager in the local newspaper. What did Mr. Penhaligon refuse to do? Mr. Penhaligon refused to interview Julie Murphy and discuss her CV, or refuse. So refuse to interview Julie Murphy and discuss her CV. Who would Mr. Penhaligon prefer to employ as assistant manager? Mr. Penhaligon prefers to employ as assistant manager an older woman or man. How does Julie Murphy feel about Mr. Penhaligon's decision? Julie Murphy felt angry about Mr. Penhaligon's decision. And what are the grounds for Julie Murphy's claim? The grounds for Julie Murphy's claim is discrimination. The grounds are... No. Okay, yeah, there's a little bit of doubt about this. Grounds are, grounds is. I think both.
I say the grounds are.
If you're saying grounds is the...
And yet you can use it for a single.
Yeah, I think in this case is or are would both be accepted. Okay. Good, excellent. Now, as we said, this comes to the end of the legal part of this lesson. Now, because it's a long day, we decided to kind of have some downtime, which means doing some exercises which are going to be fun, she says with a very wicked smile on her face. Obviously, we couldn't let the lesson go without doing some phrasal verbs, because what is English without phrasal verbs? So, could you please have a look at page 30, I think it's 33. Yeah, so page 33. Page 33. We have 15 phrases. Okay, each phrase has 3 choices of particles to complete the phrasal verb. So, have a look at the 15 sentences and choose A, B, C, or D. Sorry, 4 choices. Terrible at maths. A to D, choose one of them. Okay, to complete.
In Florence, there is a lot of guesswork going on. Again, for your information, in the other cities, I can hear my colleague Julia going around the class saying, wrong, wrong, wrong. Some of them, yeah. Let's have a look. It wasn't a disaster. Neither was it your biggest moment of glory. Okay, I think most of you knew number 1. No, the car broke down, okay? Other things that can break down? Yeah, usually a transport thing. Okay. Her parents died when she was young and she was brought up by her grandmother. Okay. To be brought up by. If this weather persists, we'll have to call. Right, call off. Cancel. Number 4, a lot of people got wrong. I love this phrasal verb. Yeah. We came across a wonderful restaurant when we were walking through the city. It's usually a pleasant discovery that you make, to come across something wonderful.
Romantic death of you.
In the middle of our telephone conversation, we were suddenly cut off. Okay, the line stopped working. Number 6 is a strange little phrasal verb. I think the ones I looked at, I saw very few with the correct preposition. Your plans. So when plans don't go as we want them to, they fall through. Okay, so her plans fell through when she had to return home to look after her sick mother. They didn't go as she wanted them to. Number 7, you've surely heard before. I'm sure it's in some songs and things as well. At first, she didn't get on very well with her boss. To get on with. Yeah. Okay, so to get on with means to have a good relationship with somebody. The milk had gone. You see, these are funny. So the milk had gone off. If you tell me the milk had gone out, for me, it's got up and walked away. My house, it's so old, sometimes that could almost happen. Okay, so to go off when you're talking about a food stuff means it's no longer good or edible or fit for consumption. Number 9, if you don't succeed at first, you should keep on. Okay, keep on, I think you've heard before, to continue. Hmm? Can't keep still. Okay, number 10, you definitely should know, modern letter writing. I'm looking forward to hearing from you soon. Number 11, some of you used logic. British English doesn't always have logic. The meeting was actually put off until the following until the following week. It's been a long day. Okay, so to put off is to postpone. You don't put something forward, you bring it forward, which means you do it earlier. So the meeting was brought forward, you did it sooner rather than later. Brian takes, nobody knew this one. To take after someone is to be similar to them, either physically or to do with personality. Most people got this one right. I didn't go to German classes, but I managed to pick some up when I was working in Munich. He has a strong accent, and it can sometimes be a bit difficult to make out what he's saying. to understand what he's saying. And finally, they promised to back him. Silence. They promised to back him up, to support him. If he complained to the boss, I will back you up.
I think we do the correcting one. I think we do that one there.
Right. 2 more things to do, then you're free.
Okay. So if you look at page 35. Okay, so we have got 18 little exercises, quite simple. Read the exercise and underline the mistake. Okay, it's probably going to be an extra word. Okay, page 35. Yeah, it's the one where it says 1 to 18. Okay, so you can do it in pairs or groups, that's absolutely fine. Just work your way through it and underline the mistake.
We think you should be able to do this.
It's one mistake in each one.
There is only one extra word per phrase. Okay, Julia has been around and checked a lot of you here, but I'm sure colleagues in the other cities are curious to know what the answers are. Can I start, Julia? Yeah. Okay, so number 1, we met since 2 years ago and are great friends now, even though we argue from time to time. There was an extra word. What was it? Since is the extra word. Okay. If I change the tense, I can use since. I have known him since 2 years ago, but with the past simple, no. Number 2, I'm rather busy and I don't have got much time, so I'm afraid I can't help you. What's the extra word? Thank you. Got is the extra word. So you either say haven't got or don't have. Number 3, I have no doubt that Havana is one of the most interesting cities I have ever been going to. Going is superfluous, not necessary. I have ever been to. Good. Number 4, Ben and Jerry, who have been helping me to decorate the house so that it looks nice when my parents visit me. Who? Who? Ben and Jerry have been helping me, simply. Number 5, people say she's intelligent, but I'm not so much sure, as she always seems to say such stupid things. The extra word. Much. Okay. I'm not so sure. Number 6, I'd imagine there weren't many problems here. She loves him for so much that she says she couldn't live without him, although to be honest, I'm not so sure. Extra word. 4. Number 7's at the top of the right column. The numbers are in a strange order. Number 7, I hope you are as well, and I look forward to hearing from you soon. So drop me a line when you get the chance. I hope you are well. Yeah. Is that right? Okay. Oh, Julia just said everybody got number 8 wrong, so I was just checking I'd got it right. I bought this car on second hand. I haven't had any trouble with it so far, although it does need some new tyres. The extra word is on. You buy something second hand, simply. You buy something new or second hand. Everything else is perfectly fine. Number 9. Some people say that it's just quite difficult travelling to other countries and so spend their holidays at home. The extra word, just great. Number 10, despite being a rather slow way of travelling, it's much more cheaper to travel by coach than it is to travel by train. Extra word, more. 11, if you walk down this street, turn right at the traffic lights, then turn left by the bank, you'll find out the post office. Out is an extra word. Find out means discover. Number 12. She comes from a small town called, I don't know, Aynsham, where she was born in, and is now working in a hotel in Brighton. In is extra, unnecessary. Great. Over to number 13. I thought the film was great, even though that it was so long and some of the acting was a bit below average. Extra word? That, yeah. Even though is similar to even if, yeah. Number 14. The holiday was one of the most worst I've ever had. I have every intention of complaining to the tour operator. The extra word is Most. Worst is already a superlative. 15. Although the beach was wonderful, the hotel by itself was appalling, and I would suggest you avoid it if you go there. What do you think? Okay, I personally think the extra word is by. Okay, the hotel itself was appalling. That's fine. Julia has another suggestion.
No, the other suggestion is the hotel was appalling. Yeah, removing two words was absolutely fine. So the hotel was appalling or the hotel itself was appalling is absolutely fine.
The computer costs £950, number 16, and comes up with preloaded software, a free colour printer, and a selection of games. The extra word is up. To come up with is, for example, an idea. Come up with an idea. Have a brilliant idea. I'm not particularly keen on football, but my friends, they are mad about it and go to just about every match possible. The extra word is they. My friends is the subject. It's not necessary to repeat it. And number 18. We did our best to follow through what he was saying, but eventually we gave up and told him to shut up. The extra word is through. Great. Right. The last little thing for who is still surviving and who is still with us. Go to that more interesting looking page with all the, page 32, with all the strange boxes on it. Okay. These are all idioms. Idioms are a strange, beautiful little quirk of the British language, of the English language in general, also in American English and Australian English. We don't expect that you will use a great deal of these, but how nice if you ever take a British client out for lunch and you come up with one of these idioms. It would be so wonderful. I'd feel very proud. Yeah. Okay. I think we've got about a quarter of an hour left. I think what we'll do, I will either give you a situation or something that means something similar. The group here, and obviously we'll read out the answer to the colleagues in the other cities. Find the idiom, and then maybe if it has something similar in Italian, we'd be curious to find out too. Okay. So, I shall start with one. Right. I'm going to say, I am very well prepared in my subject, or I'm very well prepared in my field. Have a look and see if you can find anything that looks like it might mean that. Of course I could. I'll repeat what I said. I said I'm very well prepared in my subject or in my field of work. I'm very well prepared. I heard somebody in Florence say the correct term. Good. Okay, here in Florence we've discovered that you know your onions. In Italian, I believe you know your chickens. Is that right? So you know something far more complicated than we do.
Yeah. Okay. So this is my situation. I am not feeling very well today. So I'm feeling a little bit sick. Yeah, under the weather. Under the weather means to feel not so good. I'm feeling a little under the weather. Well, it depends. If it was like today, where it was raining in Florence, yeah, I'm literally under the weather. But no, it just means you're not feeling very well. I'm feeling under the weather. Yeah, physically not well. Yeah.
I feel sick, but a little bit sick. You can go to work.
Unless you're a man.
I don't feel 100%. Okay. I'm joking with you. Yahoo! Very fast over here in Florence. I'm pulling your leg. Okay, I'm joking with you. I'm pulling your leg. In Italian, you say to take for a turn.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I've only just got it. It takes me a bit of time. Okay, this is something I often say to my students, children or adults. Put a sock in it.
Oh, you just told them the idiom.
Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, my God. I apologise for both things.
There's some new language coming out here.
Oh, God. Nobody heard that, okay? I could be fired on the spot. Oh, my God.
Does anybody know what it means to put a sock in it?
Sorry. That's so bad. Oh, my God.
I suspect you may have the desire to say that to some of your, either to your opponents or to your clients, somebody that goes on and on and on, like me in this very moment. You tell me to put a sock in it. Be quiet.
Shut up.
Drop it is when you continue with one subject and they want you to change the subject. It's like, look, leave it, drop it. In this case, it means be quiet, shut up a moment. Yeah. Julia says it to me quite frequently.
I am very tired, by the way. Very tired.
Okay, I've got one. Arrive at exactly the right time. So you arrive at, this is the idiom, exactly the correct time, the right time. Do you know it? On the dot, great. Arrive on the dot, precisely, exactly when you said you would.
Okay. This time I will get it right. Am I supposed to say that? Okay. So this one, I am feeling healthy. Oh, I'm feeling fine. I'm feeling healthy. Feeling good. In the pink, yeah, in the pink. There is a reason why. In the pink, because when somebody has rosy cheeks, okay, pink cheeks, we say that somebody is the picture of health. No, there's no over the weather. No. You're under the weather if you're feeling ill, and if you're feeling healthy, you are in the pink.
However, I'm feeling ecstatic. Also, but I have another one in mind. I have just one, a very important case. Okay, our Dutch lady knows it. I'm on cloud 9. In Italian, oh, are you in 7th heaven in Italian? We can say that too.
Yeah.
7th heaven or cloud 9. Okay. This is a good test for us as well.
Okay, now this has been a very long day for me, so I'm going crazy. No. No, not going up the wall. Yeah, going round the bend. I'm going round the bend. I am going mad. I'm going crazy. Yeah.
Oh, you are a very mysterious person. I didn't know that about you. A dark horse. Great. A dark horse. Somebody maybe who you discover a secret about that you didn't know. They have managed to keep it secret for a long time. Dark horse is...
And to sum up, so to sum up a situation. Yeah, good, we all know that. In a nutshell. In a nutshell.
Okay. I'm a teacher, not only of legal English, but of normal English. So when a student comes to my class and says, sorry, prof, I don't have my homework, the dog ate my homework. I look at that student and I say, Okay, I've heard it 1,000,000 times before. The dog ate my homework. Ooh, we've tricked nearly everybody with that one. No. I probably am going up the wall, but... No, you were going around the bend.
No, not writer's brain.
This is what I would say to the student, like, I've heard that before. Come on. Oh, so I'm pulling your leg. Are you pulling my leg? Okay, could be possible. I smell a rat. Is also possible, but I'm not using it in quite this moment. No, that old chestnut. Okay, something, it's like a cliche, something you've heard 1,000,000 times before. I thought you said describe going around the bend before. I did. Okay. I'm going to do a new one for you. This is relatively new. No, it's here on the list. No, this is one I didn't know until about 8 or 9 years ago when my brother actually had to explain it to me. But it's actually very obvious when you know it. Okay. My case started very, very well. And then all sorts of problems started to happen and it started to become a total disaster. Okay, so something starts very well with no problems, everything goes smoothly, and at a certain point, no, it's not going flat out. No. It's one with going, it starts with going. Yeah, going pear-shaped. Let me just draw it.
Okay.
Okay, everything's going perfectly. It's going pear-shaped. This is very, very common. This is very common. Very, very common now. Like, oh my God. Everything went pear-shaped at the weekend. We'd organised a beautiful weekend and then everybody decided not to come. In Italian, literally, yeah. See, I've translated it into Italian and nobody understood me. È andata tutta a forma di pera. Nada.
Why is that not surprising? Okay.
It's lovely. Love it.
Okay. Here we go. If somebody says to you, what's that say? Sorry.
You can't read my writing.
I can't read her writing. I can't read her writing. I wanted to. Okay. Okay. If somebody says to you, "There you are. Everything's fine. Here it is for you." So there you are.
Do that one.
That one there.
You have it.
There you have it. This is yours. Which one is it? And if you get this, I'm going to be super happy. And from the other cities, if you want to write anything, do let us know what it is. So there you have it. Oh my goodness! You little star, yes. Bob's your uncle.
I don't know why we say it.
I will tell you why. I read about this just before. This is to do with a former Conservative Prime Minister in England, Robert something or other. I can't remember his name. And basically, he gave a job to his nephew. And everybody said, see, you got the job. Why? Because Bob's your uncle. See? It basically means, yeah, you are raccomandata for something. Bob's your uncle. Mm-hmm. I know what you're going to say.
No, I was just thinking when I would usually use, I say do this, do that, and then Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, but that's the actual meaning.
Okay. I'm feeling nervous. I want to back out. I'm feeling nervous. I want to back out. Maybe from my wedding.
In British English, we often say that the groom, so the husband to be, often has this. Yes, cold feet. Cold feet.
Could use it in a legal term as well.
Could you? I don't know. Get cold feet at the last minute. You get cold feet at the last minute. Yeah, perhaps you're, in a legal way you could say it if somebody is suing you, but the client backs down at the last minute, he gets cold feet. Mm-hmm. Yeah, to feel nervous and to walk away from the situation.
No. I'm using this for the purpose of the idiom. I'm not telling the truth. I like to have a lot of wine. I drink like a fish.
It's not true. Okay, so I'm feeling particularly suspicious about something. Good. Smell a rat. Yes.
Okay, you have been bad. Now you must face the consequences. I'm even using the same verb. Face the music, yeah. Okay, face the consequences of something bad you have done, is to face the music.
Okay. Yeah. I am absolutely crazy. I'm mad as a hatter. And do you know where it comes from? Mad as a hatter. Yes, good. It comes from Alice in Wonderland. Was it the rabbit, wasn't it? It was the Mad Hatter, yes.
I am working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so quickly. Oh, my goodness me.
Sometimes, yes.
24/7. I have to get this case finished. We're going to court next week. I'm going flat out. Yep. Yeah, I'm going to do flat out as fast as I can. Work in particular, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely to do with work. Okay. I will take the blame for something that you did. So I will be responsible for something that you did. I will carry the can. Good, yes, very good. Carry the can. I think it's something to do with jail. The can was non-fashion.
In the can. I'm going to use one that I translated directly into Italian just this week. Perfectly innocently, thinking that I was speaking Italian. And the person involved just looked at me and said, "What did you say?" Okay. So she thinks she is fabulous. She thinks she's the best. She thinks she's wonderful. So she thinks she is. Nope. She thinks she is. It's really weird. I have no idea why we say this. She thinks she is the bee's knees. And I translated it as le ginocchia dell'ape in Italian. Lei crede di essere le ginocchia dell'ape. I don't know. Yeah. The bee's knees. Yeah. Somebody, Jay, you would say she thinks she is the bee's knees. She thinks she's the best. She thinks she's fabulous. No idea. Literally the knees of the bee. No idea why we say it. I'm sorry. Okay, we've nearly finished them.
Have we done that one or not?
I'm ecstatic. I won a difficult case. I'm over the moon. Finally, Over the Moon has come out. Sour grapes. Okay. Your rival lost against you. Now he's bitter about it. He has sour grapes. I'm not repeating what has just been said in Florence. Old hat. Tediously outdated. Old hat.
Old hat, tediously outdated, old-fashioned.
Old-fashioned. Right as rain, number 27. Just means simply everything's okay. Everything's as right as rain. I have no problems. I don't know why it's as right as rain. Not sun. Have I got any more? A pie in the sky is a mad, exaggerated ambition or dream that you have, which will probably never be realized. It's just a pie in the sky. A star? Castles in the sky in Italian. Castles in the air. Okay, lovely. There is one more, actually. Two more. Number 6, going up the wall means going crazy. I'm going up the wall, like, I'm going crazy. The students are driving me mad. I'm going up the wall. And number 9, on the ball, means simply somebody must be awake, spot on. So a lawyer must be on the ball all the time to understand exactly what's happening.
Exactly.
What was
Yeah.
it?
Sul pezzo.
On the piece.
On the piece. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, lovely lawyers, which I keep on saying, here in Florence and in all of the other lovely cities around Italy. That is the end of today. We know it's been very long for you, so well done for sticking with us and being awake. On behalf of Louise and myself, we wish you all, a very Merry Christmas, as my jumper says, and a lovely and happy New Year, and we will see you in April. Okay. Thanks very much.
This weather.